Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up? and get noticed. I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to get
Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jerron Walters, aka JL the Genius, and I am your moderator, and I'll be your speaker for this next hour. And this is the Black Business Network, and today on the Black Business Network, this is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Jamaica, and cities all around the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And now, with the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce myself so you can kind of know about me and who I am. And like I said, my name is Jerron Walters, right? I go by JL the Genius, and I'm a marketing strategist who helps coaches, consultants, course creators turn their annual income into monthly income using automations and virtual events. I'm the founder and CEO of Elite Commerce LLC, and my company is known as the Funnel Finessers. I'm also the author of the Profit Funnels ebook and an international gold medalist speaker on this platform that you're on today. My purpose is to educate, entertain, and empower others to become the best versions of themselves and use their voice to change the world. So that's a little bit about who I am. And today, what I want to talk to you guys about is about how you can grow and scale your business using something called funnels. Now, you may be thinking about a funnel cake. You may be thinking about a funnel for your oil in your car. That's not the type of funnel I'm talking about. What I'm going to be talking about is literally how I took a coach who was making 6 figures a year to $3 million a year. And I want you guys to be able to implement this and do the same within your business as well, right? So when I first got into entrepreneurship, I started off, it was like 2016. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do at the time. All I knew is that I had an idea, right? I created an invention and I wanted to figure out, okay, how can I get this to the next level? And by doing that, I was in the process of paying this company to help me with my invention, and it turns out that the company was a scam. It was a complete fraudulent company, and so I had to earn the money that I spent paying this company to rebuild and to actually, start my entrepreneur journey all over again. And it was terrible. Like I felt so bad when I invested in that company and didn't get a return that I vowed to never do that to my prospects. So one of the things that I was doing, I used to try to wholesale. So I would go around, drive around Indianapolis. Any house that I saw, I would call the number. And as I was calling these numbers, I got in contact with a guy. And this guy was like, man, I love what you're talking about. Why don't you come meet me, at my office, and we can talk more about your idea and how we can get it to the next level. So I go to this guy's office. It was like near a college campus. And when I go to this office, he's just like, man, we had a great conversation. And he was just like, man, I love everything that you're talking about with your idea, but you're missing one thing. And I'm like, yeah, I need sales. I need money, right? I need money in my pocket. He's like, no, he's like, that's not what you're missing. There's a step before that. He said, what do all businesses need? And I was like, sales, money, with a great location. And what do you think the answer was? Put it in the chat. If you guys are watching right now, put it in the chat. What do you think all businesses need to be able to succeed online? Well, the answer was, he's like, all of those are great answers. He's like, but you need marketing. And he told me, The only reason that a person who has a worse product than yours is selling more than you is because they have a better marketing strategy. And he gave me 2 books to read. One of them was Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. And the other one was a book that completely changed my life. It was called .com Secrets by a guy named Russell Brunson. Now, this guy, Russell Brunson, he went from 0 to 100 million with his company in 3 years without using any venture capital. So that means he didn't get any money from anybody else. He just used his marketing tactics to be able to grow from 0 to 100 million in 3 years. And now he has his company's well over $1 billion. And so I'm like, when I learned about that, I'm like, that's what I want to do. I want to learn how I can grow and scale my business at that rate. See, right now you may be in entrepreneurship and it may be a grind, it may be a hustle. But the reason why you see people on social media and all these other places that it seems like they're doing better than you, it's not because they're smarter than you. It's not because, they have something that you don't have. It's not because they got this big old inheritance and now they can go out and spend a bunch of money on advertising. That's not it. The main thing is you are using the wrong vehicle, right? They're just using a better vehicle than you. So if I say, let's get in the lake, let's race. We're gonna race. And you start swimming. And me, I grab the rowboat. So I'm gonna get in the rowboat while you're swimming, and if we're going a mile, who's gonna win that race? I'm gonna win that race, right? But let's say I give you the rowboat, and then I hop in a speedboat. Now who's gonna win that race? Probably me. And it's not because, like I said, it's not because I'm smarter than you or anything like that. It's the vehicle that I'm using. And if you want to know how these multi-millionaires and billionaires are growing and scaling so fast, it's because they're using a vehicle, and their vehicle is sales funnels. Your vehicle might be an old dull website or something like that. You still may be telling people to go to your website, and that's why you're not making any money. That's why you're not making any growth or progress or sales, because when it comes to marketing, a confused mind always says no. So when they come to your website, you have all these different links and different tabs and different places people can go. And so when they're going through the process of making a purchase, it's a lot of things getting in their way. And then you got to add things to cart, and you got to go to the cart to check out. It's too many steps in between them coming to your site and them actually purchasing from you, right? So what funnels do is they kind of close that gap. They make it to where when you come to this site, it's only one thing you can do on this page. So think about your website getting broken up into pieces, right? So instead of them seeing all of your products at once, you just putting all your products in their face. Now they only see this one product. Or before they even see the product, you're collecting the data. You're getting the name, phone number, email, right? And another thing about the name, phone number, email, that's data. So before you can even go to the next page and see my product, you have to give me your information, which is the data that I collect. If you are not collecting, and I want to say this very clear, if you are not collecting names, phone numbers, and emails from your prospects, you don't have a business, you have a hobby. We're not in this game, we're not on this network to have hobbies. We're in this network to run businesses. So one of the things that you should get started on right away is building your list, building your email list, right? So think about the people you have in your phone. That's a list. Think about the people you have following you on social media. That's a list, right? But there's lists that you are borrowing, and then there's lists that you own. I had a guy one time, he's one of my good friends now. He's a big social media influencer. This man ran his account up. He got up to like 5 million followers. He got to 5 million, and somebody sent him a link in his DM. He clicked on the link. The next thing you know, his page was completely gone. And this happened to me on a lower scale as well. So I felt this pain. But I only had like a couple thousand followers. He had 5 million followers. And just like that, overnight, his following was completely gone. He had to start from scratch. Now, why did that hurt him so much? It hurt him because, one, it took work to get there. And then number two, he didn't collect the name, phone numbers, and emails of the people that were following him. So he didn't have a list, right? So we have to be able to transition from the list into, which is something that you're borrowing, to something that you own, which is your own email list, right? So go from the social media to your list. And when I was telling you about that guy who helped me with those 2 books and helped me actually understand that all businesses need marketing, that's when I really dove deep, guys. I got really hyper focused on, okay, how do I become a better marketer? Because if I can market, it doesn't matter what I'm selling or what industry I'm in, I'm always going to have a successful business. And so that's what I want to talk to you about. Switching from not knowing how to grow and scale to being able to have 6-figure months or years, if that's what you desire, right? So when it comes to funnels, the first thing you guys have to understand is that this is a step that you cannot skip. The very first step is you have to be able to identify who your ideal client is. I tell people this all the time, and when I tell them this, they say, "Oh yeah, I know who I'm targeting." And I say, "Okay, who's your ideal client?" "Well, I'm targeting moms from 35 to 55. I'm like, "Nope, that's not it. Your ideal client is not a group of people. It's one person that you should be focused on, one person that you should be speaking to, one person that you should be targeting. So you're not ranging from 35 to 45. It's a specific age. What's the age of this person? What's the gender? You can have a male and female avatar, right? Female dream client. What's the gender of this person? What where do they live? What kind of foods do they eat? What's their biggest dreams? What's their biggest fears? What's their greatest fears? What are the obstacles that are stopping them from success? What do they feel like is in their way? And so a lot of people talk about the demographics, but we have to also understand the psychographics, how these people think. And you have to know how your customer thinks and what they like more than they know what they like. Because if you have a detailed explanation of their problems, they're going to automatically assume that you have a detailed solution for their problems and that the solution is better than what they have. Because if they knew it, if they could figure it out already, they'd already be there. They'd already have the success and be successful. They're not there, right? So, and a lot of times when it comes to your dream client, think about yourself 5 years ago. What were you studying? What were you trying to do? What were you trying to accomplish? What set you on the journey and on the path that you're on now? Once you get clear on identifying who your prospect is, that's the very first step when it comes to funnels. So I'm going to teach you the 4 components. All right. So the first one is knowing who your ideal prospect is. Once you identify that, now you need to get to the next phase, which is where these people are. Like, where are they? Where are they spending their time? Where are they spending their money? If you can find somewhere they're spending their time, that's good. If you can find somewhere they're spending their money, that's even better. But if you can find where they're spending both their time and their money, that's the sweet spot. That's where you really want to be. And so how do we figure out where are these people hanging out? Well, I'm gonna give you guys a quick hack. You guys know that we have technology, and that's the beauty of living in today's society. I couldn't imagine, growing up in the Stone Age where when Dr. Kelly was coming up and they had to do guerrilla marketing, right? So, and big shout out to Dr. Kelly and the whole Black Business Network for hosting this event. But we have the internet. So if you want to figure out, okay, where are my dream clients? There's a couple of things you can do. One of the things is called the Dream 100. And this is where you list out 100 influencers or people who have your audience, right? People who have a large following and they are selling to your people already. That's one way. That's one hack where you can list these people out, and you within these big names, you can find in the comment sections and on their Instagrams, on their Facebooks, YouTubes, you can find your audience talking in the comments. A lot of times these people have so large followings that they can't reach out to everybody. They can't assist everybody. And that's where you come in. But don't come in needy, come in adding value. You always want to add value first. It's like when you going on when you want to go on a date with a girl, right? You don't just come out and say, yeah, baby, let's get married, let's have kids. Like, she gonna turn you down. She gonna be like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. You want to add value, bring something of value to her life or to that person's life. So that's one of the ways you can find them, is by going and creating a list of 100 top influencers and figuring out, it could be Facebook groups, it could be Instagram pages, it can be Facebook profiles, it can be YouTube channels, it can be blogs, it can be newsletters, anything that you can think of where your people might be consuming the information or consuming these people information. That's where you want to go. And another quick hack to this, the second portion to that, is there's a site, and it's a cheat code. I'm gonna give you guys a cheat. Should I get it? I don't know if I should give you guys this. Put some fire in the chat if you've been getting value so far. Put some fire in the chat, because I don't know if I want to give you guys this site. Well, no, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm not gonna hold back. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. And this is a site that is gonna pull up the blogs, the YouTube channels, the influencers, things like that you can follow within your niche. And the site is called Spark Toro. It's called Spark, SparkToro.com. And what this site is going to do, you're going to go to this site and you're going to type in your niche, whatever niche you're in, and you're going to type in a keyword, and it's going to pull up. They have a free version, but they have the paid version as well. But it's going to pull up a list of what I was just talking about, the YouTube channels, the blogs, the podcasts that people are listening to, who follow that keyword, who follow that, whatever your niche is. And now, once you know the hot spots, the hangout spots, you got to think about it. It's like a congregation. It's like if you go to a church, you're going to find a bunch of Christians. You go to the mosque, you're going to find a bunch of Muslims. You go to the basketball court, you're going to find a bunch of ball players, right? So if you had that one person in mind, that ideal client, and then you know where they're congregating, you know where they're hanging out. Now, what is the next step? Like, okay, JL, I know who I'm targeting. I know who they are. I know where they are and where they're hanging out, where they're spending time and money. Now, how do I get them into my world? So now brings me to the third step in the process. First step is who. Second step is where. The third step is what. What are you going to offer them that is valuable? And this needs to be something that's going to catch their attention. I remember when I was listening to this guy tell a story one time, and he was talking about how there was a hunter, not a hunter, a hustler in the village, and this guy used to always make the most money and sell the most fish every year. So he would go fish, then he would come back to the village, and everybody would just, he would be able to find the right people to sell out his fish. So he's selling out every day. And the other villagers, they're like, man, we can barely even sell 1 or 2 fish. They were on like the main strip, and this guy wasn't on the main strip, but he was selling more fish. They're like, man, what's your secret? He's like, you have to figure out what you can do to attract the right prospects, what you can do to bait the right prospects, right? So when I say the what are you going to offer them, your people, maybe for free, to get them to come into your world and say, hey, I want to see what's going on. I remember when I was in I was in high school. I used to play ball in high school, and after school we would always have to go like to do study hour. So we would go to the study hall, and it was like an hour before practice. So we would go there, and I remember I got up one day. We were all at the computer. All the ball players were spread out on the different computers. And I got up one day, went to go walk to the restroom, and as I'm getting up, I'm just walking by. I'm just looking at people's screens, and then I just see everybody is on ESPN. Everybody is on, searching up who's the top prospect for our class, who's better, LeBron or Kobe. And so I just see all these ball players in this space. I'm like, if you have something that's going to catch their attention, it has to be good. It has to be so good. It has to be better. Your free stuff that you give away should be better than people's paid stuff. What do I mean by that? I mean that if somebody's already locked into something that they're interested in, how are you going to get their attention? You got to hook them. You got to distract them from what they're doing right now and get them to look over at you and see what you're doing. And that's by having a powerful hook and a powerful lead magnet, we call it, so you can attract them into your world. Once you got their attention and you're attracting them and you're solving a problem that they need, because they have some type of problem. Whatever our job as entrepreneurs is, just to be problem solvers. That's it. That it is what it is. But every solution creates a new problem. So it's a problem solution cycle. Somebody has a problem, it gets solved. So somebody is thirsty, so somebody is out of shape. That's a problem. They go to the gym, start working out. That's a solution. They've been working out. Now they're thirsty. That's a new problem. Now, from that new problem, they go get a drink, a Gatorade or a water. Now they quench their thirst. So see, every problem has a solution, but every solution creates another problem. So whatever you're giving them for free, whatever value you're giving them and catching their attention, that should solve a problem that they have, a very specific problem. Whether it's generating leads, whether it's getting exposure, whether it's getting on Billboard, whatever the problem is that you're solving, give it to them for free, and you give them your best stuff. A lot of times, I hear people say, "Man, I don't want to give away too much. I feel like I'm giving them too much." If you ever feel like you're giving somebody too much information, you know what that means? That means you don't know enough. You need to hit the drawing board. You need to go learn some more. Because when you give away free information, valuable information, the people are gonna be like, "Man, his free stuff, her free stuff was so good. I wonder what I could get from her paid stuff." Right? So now you're adding value to the marketplace. We live in a informational age where you can look up something on TikTok, on Google, on Instagram, and if you're hoarding information, there's somebody out there who's giving that information that you're hoarding away for free, and they're making a lot more money than you, right? So talked about the first step, which is who is your ideal client, the one person. Second step is where are they hanging out? Where are they congregating? Birds of a feather flock together. So if you can target that one person, the people around them will be attracted to you as well. The third thing is figuring out what are you going to give them that's valuable, that can catch their attention, and that can bring them into your world, right? We're talking about funneling, right? So once you figure out, okay, this is what I'm going to give them, the last thing is wow. You want to wow your prospects. Like I told you, you wanted to have it to where it's so good they can't believe it. They're thinking they're putting a gun to your head and robbing you because this was so good and you gave it away for free. And once you wow them, you allow them to, you solve that problem and allow them to get results, they're going to want to come back and do business with you. This is how we were able to grow and scale not only that coach, but other coaches as well, and how I've been able to create a 6+ figure business for myself. And this is the strategy. This is the 4 steps: knowing who you're targeting, where they are, what you're going to give them, and how you're going to wow them. That's the 4 simple steps. Once you got those steps in place, now it becomes rinse and repeat, right? If you're a consultant, I always tell consultants, how many laps did you run? Like, oh, laps, I'm not in shape. No, I'm talking about how many laps, how many leads did you get this week? How many appointments did you set? How many presentations did you have? How many sales did you close? You got to run your laps. And all of this only comes through repetition. So when you first start out, you're going to be terrible trying to reach out to people. You're going to sound awful, right? But you have to keep doing it and keep going until you get better. And don't be afraid to, when somebody replies to you and they're talking about the money, don't be afraid to hit them with that next step. Like, hey, book a call. Hey, here's my product. Here's my service. You should be making an offer every single day, right? And let me kind of, so I explained the 4 steps of a funnel. But a funnel is just one crucial piece to your overall online success. So funnel is just the one piece. So think about the funnel as the house, right? So the funnel is your house. That's your foundation. I remember when I had some roommates in college, and with these roommates, we were looking around, we were house shopping because we didn't want to stay on campus. And we found a pretty nice house. It was like 3,300 square feet. It was about an acre of land. It was nice. It was enough room for all of us, right? Like 3 or 4 of us. And so when we got the house, there was no furniture in the house. So the funnel was the house. Think about the funnel as the house. Then when you go inside the house, that is where it was no furniture. So we had to put furniture in the house to make it a home. And what that is equivalent to when it comes to the online space, think about the funnel being the site, right? That's like your website. But the words that go on the page, the words that go inside of the funnel, that is what gets people to move. That is what causes them to react. That's what causes them to click a link. That's what causes them to book a call. It's the words on the page. We call that copywriting, right? So if you're hooking somebody in, you have to have a nice headline, right? So the funnel is the foundation. That's the house. When you put the furniture in, that's the copywriting, right? That's the words that go on your page, on your site. Once we did that, we put the furniture in the house. We like, man, everything looks amazing. It looks good. Let's have a housewarming party. We feeling good. We feeling nice. We're like, man, we're gonna invite everybody up, man. We're gonna have a housewarming. And with a housewarming, that was our what you call offer, right? So we said, what's gonna be our offer for the housewarming? We're gonna have good food, good music, good drinks. That was our offer for a housewarming. So the funnel is the house. The furniture that goes in the house, that's the copywriting. That's equivalent to the copywriting. And then the good food, good music, good drinks, that's equivalent to our offer. So for you, it'd be like, what are you selling? Don't just sell t-shirts. Sell the shirt, sell a hat and some socks as a bundle. Don't just be a commodity. Stand out, be different, create something that nobody else has, and start the new trend. Be the new trendsetter, right? So once we created our offer, which was the good food, good music, good drinks, the next thing we did was like, okay, now we got our offer. Let's invite everybody over to the house. So we're gonna text everybody we know. So we start texting everybody we knew. Hey, come, we having a housewarming. Pull up. We having a housewarming. Come by the house. And that's equivalent to traffic. So traffic are the people coming, because you can have the best funnel in the world, the best copywriting, the best offer, but if nobody shows up, that housewarming party is as good as a haunted house. Is dead, right? Nobody's showing up. So you got to get the people, the traffic into the house. Who was the traffic? We just talked about that. That's your ideal client. The traffic is your ideal client. Where do you get the ideal client? We talked about where to get them. I gave you the site Spark Toro. I told you to look up 100 people who influence your people. That's where you find them, and then you bait them in with whatever you have to offer for free, whatever your lead magnet is, and then you have to get them results. If you don't get your people results, your reputation is going to follow you everywhere you go. It's like you can't run from your shadow. So make sure that whatever you do it with excellence. And when you start doing things out of spirit of excellence and you demand that from yourself, you can demand that from others. And others will see that you're excellent, and you'll start attracting new opportunities in your life that you didn't have before, because you're vibrating at a higher level. You're moving with excellence. But if you're out here just willy-nilly, if you're out here not taking your business serious, this message is probably not for you. But if you're somebody who do want to get to that next level, and you do want to scale, and you do want to, grow and turn your yearly income into your monthly income, I want to invite you guys to come schedule a call, complimentary, a 15-minute session with me or one of my team members. And all you have to do is go to funnelfinessers.com, FUNNESSERS.com/schedule-a-call. And you can schedule a complimentary session with me and my team members, and we're going to see if you're even qualified to work with us, and if we are qualified to help you. If it's a good fit, we'll talk about the next steps. If it's not a good fit, we'll give you some resources that can help you until you're ready to become one of our ideal clients. So I hope whoever this message was for received this message. I hope you guys digest this information and take this in, because business doesn't have to be complicated. If you follow simple rules and simple principles, then the money will follow you, right? Everything will start coming to you, and you'll be in a position where you got so many clients coming to you, you have to start referring them to other people. That's a good problem to have, right? Right now, your problem is you might not have any clients. When you solve the client problem, you're going to have another, it's going to be with the solution. You're going to have another problem, because now you got too many people want to do business with you. And now that creates, it'll have an opportunity for another solution. But I hope you guys found this valuable. If you want to follow me on any platforms, you can follow me on all platforms at JL the Genius, JLTHEGENIUS. I'm also on YouTube. I'm on Instagram. Find me on Facebook. You guys can literally find me anywhere where there's an online platform. And I'm always happy to help and serve you guys. Like I said, make sure you go to funnelfinessers.com/schedule-a-call, and you'll be able to get a free 15-minute session with me and my team. And we'll talk about a marketing strategy for you that can help you get to that next level. And for Dr. Kelly and the whole Black Business Network, I want to thank you guys for keeping this up and continuing to do great business and great work. A lot of these kids, they need laptops for college or to start their entrepreneur journey, and you guys are providing that. So I want to thank you guys for putting people in position, because you guys are in position. This is how we all win. This is how every other culture and race wins, because they help uplift each other. There is no competition. It's only collaboration, right? And if we learn how to collaborate, like Dr. Kelly, has done so masterfully, and we learn how to contribute to one another's lives, then it's easy for us to get out of the hole that we're in and shrink that wealth gap, because we are behind. We are 400 years behind. That's like somebody starting a race, running 400 laps and saying you can finally go. But we're not going to use that as an excuse, because now we have technology. Now we can go 400 laps in less than half the time it took them, right? So we're going to use technology. We're going to help each other, and we're going to leverage the expertise of others to climb on each other's back and get out that hole. So again, if you guys want to follow me, I'm JL the Genius. I'm so happy I can serve you. And for the action takers, make sure you go to that link, because I want to help you guys literally grow and scale your business and create a marketing plan for you and your team. As I always say, you have to believe, you have to educate yourself, you have to start and stay consistent, and that is only then is when you will transform. That's how you become the best version of yourself. Believe, educate, start, and then transform. I appreciate everybody. It's J.O. the Genius, and I will see you guys on the other side. And remember, genius is coming.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you.
So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
How are you?
I'm good. Where's my popcorn, dude?
Listen, if you do a good job on this interview, you get some popcorn. That's the deal.
That's the deal you make with your nuggets. Ow!
Down to the final four with our gurus. You've gone from 15,000 finalists, top 4 this week. Each of them will have a chance to shine. We spoke to Dr. Cooper Boone yesterday. This morning, WNBA champion turned life coach Fran Harris is with us right now. She's going to answer some questions in just a little bit.
I'm grooving right now.
Yeah, I know. Express yourself. You just express. Well, let's get to know Fran Harris a little bit better.
Love and happiness. That is
tonight. I'm feeling loved, I'm feeling happy, I'm also feeling humbled and ignited by this award. I know that what starts here changes the world, but I also believe that in order to continue to change the world, we must challenge what we do here. We must ask the question, why? We must ask the question, why not? Why are there not more Black instructors at the University of Texas? Why are there not more female athletic directors in the country? Of course, most importantly, why did it take them so long to get Bluebell ice cream back?
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker on this session will actually be none other than yours truly. And I'll be talking a little bit about leadership and some of the impact that leadership has, or the role that leadership plays in growing your business and your organization. So for those who've not seen me on the Black Business Network before, I am the owner and founder of an organization called Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction. And we are a business growth practice that focuses on doubling businesses' profits within less than 12 months, using a concept of small change to big things. And so I'm dealing with companies all the time who are looking to grow, looking to change, either from an area where they've plateaued and they want to get to another level, or in some cases where they are in distress and needing to transform their organization just to stay viable, or in other cases where they've had years of success, but again looking to go into new markets to explore different things, or maybe to acquire other businesses. So in all of those aspects, really looking at change. So change is something that I've been involved with both on my corporate side and on my consulting side, and one of the conversations I want to have today. In terms of my background, as I just alluded to, I have a background in corporate America, being an exec at senior level for several Fortune 50 companies, Mead Corporation, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, PepsiCo, and a couple other organizations at the global level, global product level, global operations level, or at the business unit management level, regional, as well as plant locations in terms of startups. So on the strategy side, as well on the operations execution side, but also entrepreneurial roles and responsibilities as a owner and founder of my own consulting practice, but also as the owner and operator of a restaurant business as well. I've also been an educator, so I've been an adjunct professor at a couple of local universities within the New York City area. And so for me, I know the business of business, and I've had the opportunity to deal with it and again, all of those different environments as from a theoretical perspective on the academic side, from the corporate side, on the implementation and practical side, but also as an entrepreneur on the operation and practical side. So I'm going to give you some feedback on leadership today relative to growing an organization that I've been able to use within all of those experiences, as well as being able to help others implement them in their organizations. So I'm going to start with a couple of quotes to really try and tee up the conversation of leadership and the conversation of change through leadership. And one is by Peter Drucker, who's a famous consultant in business and organizational development. And his quote was this: "The greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, but it is to act with yesterday's logic." Again, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, it's to act with yesterday's logic. So when things are changing and turmoil and chaotic, the danger in and of itself isn't the chaos. The danger is to deal with that chaos with the thinking, with the mindset that we had prior to the chaos in yesterday's logic. Second one was by one of our former presidents, Woodrow Wilson, who said, "If you want to make enemies, try to change something." People instinctively and intuitively do not like change. They're not comfortable with it. The next one, Nicky Machiavelli had a quote: "There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things." Again, there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, nothing more perilous to conduct, nothing more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new way, a new order of things. And the last one by Charles Kettering, which is a scientist and inventor: "The world hates change, yet is the only thing that has brought us progress." And that really goes to the heart of why change is necessary, but acknowledging the fact that most folks don't like it. So with that, and those quotes in mind, let's talk about change and let's talk about leadership for change. So I also want to make clear that people literally get PhDs in leadership and get PhDs in organizational development and change management. So I won't be able to talk about everything that's important relative to change or relative to leadership for change in these 30 minutes or so. And I'm not going to try. So what we'll do here in this 30 plus minutes is to really try and highlight some of the major approaches, the process that will be effective, and to start your journey. And this will be just a part of the journey for you becoming an effective leader and an effective leader in the area of change. So first, in terms of definitions, what's leadership? I define leadership simply as this: the ability to influence and inspire the action of others. So leadership, contrary to many people's thoughts and impressions, is not about telling people what to do. It's not about controlling, in the negative sense of the word, people's behavior, meaning that I can force them, I can make them do the thing that I want them to do. That's not leadership. Leadership is about how do you influence and inspire. How do you get people to do things maybe that they didn't want to do, but because they saw a higher calling or a better reason for it. So leadership in this conversation is going to be about the ability to influence, the ability to inspire actions in others, getting other folks to do stuff. What's change? Change, again, the definition we're going to use here, it's any of those time periods of growth or disruption or uncertainty, and whether that's voluntary or involuntary. And change can be either Voluntary meaning that we wanted this change to come about. We were anxious for this change to come about. We decided to make this change come about. Or change can be involuntary. Something happened out of our control and we're dealing with it. So think about people who had their houses or homes or businesses destroyed because of a hurricane or a tornado. That wasn't voluntary, but they still had to deal with the change. Versus those folks who decided they were going to grow their business by acquisition. They were going to buy another company and incorporate that new company into their existing company. That's voluntary change. It's still, both of them still are about disruption. They're still about uncertainty. And the intention of those changes, when they're voluntary especially, is to make sure that we're getting better, that we're progressing, that we're moving forward. So those will be the definitions that we're going to be working on or working with in this conversation. So if you're going to lead change, so if you're going to be a leader for change, the first thing that you need to do is focus on yourself. And that sounds hard, but if you can't lead others, you can't lead yourself. And so we're going to first get ourselves right. And so as a leader, you're going to first focus on your mindset and understanding what your mindset is and what your mindset needs to be. And so the first question you're going to be asking yourself is in preparation for leadership for change is, why am I doing this? What's the point? And why am I going to put myself through the things that I'm going to need to do going forward? Why am I initiating this? And it's important from my perspective, my opinion is it can't be for something that is just self-gratifying, for publicity, for promotion, for a raise, or any of those other kinds of things. And why do I say that? Although those things would be nice to have, if that's your motivation for why you're going to make the change, those are all self-centered, and that's going to come through when you're trying to lead others. And they're going to see that you're doing it for your own benefit and purpose and not for theirs. And it's going to be hard for you to see theirs because you're only doing it for your benefit and purpose. And so if you're looking at doing something simply for, I want to get some likes, I want to have people know and notice me because of this. I want to, get my name in the paper or in this journal because of this thing that I did. I'm looking for that promotion and that, that big position that's out there that they're going to be selecting for in the next few. And I want my name to be a part of it. I want to get a big raise next month or a big bonus next year or whatever that is. Then I'm saying that your reasons are misplaced, misguided, and they're going to not serve you well when you start trying to get other folks to do things. So you need to think about, why are you doing it? And it needs to be for a reason that's outside of yourself. Have a cause that is greater than you. The reason that you're doing it is for something that is bigger and more noble than just your own self-gratification. There's a concept called servant leadership. And it is just as it sounds by the two individual words. It's how do you lead through service of others? And so in the concept of servant leadership, you're focused on how do I make myself useful for those that I'm actually leading so that they can be more productive. And because they're going to be more productive and more effective, I'll be able to achieve the things that I'm responsible for achieving and leading. And so I want you to keep that concept in mind when you're thinking about leadership for change, the concept of servant leadership, doing it, leading others in a way that you are becoming a servant to them. And that's not about doing their work. That's not about, taking on their task. It's about understanding what they need in order to be more productive and effective. And how do you provide that or make that happen? The second thing that you're going to need to look at and understand is your vision. What is my vision when I'm getting ready to lead some organization through some change and disruption? What's my vision for the future? And for leaders, really effective leaders, vision isn't a hope or a dream. It's literally a reality that just hasn't happened yet. And so when you talk with those leaders about that vision, They see it crystal clear, as if they could touch it today. It just hasn't occurred yet. It's not there yet. It's still in the working. And you need to think through what your vision is for the change you're trying to lead. What's the end goal picture? What is it? When my son was little, he didn't like to write. And one of the things I would always ask him to do when he had a writing assignment in school was use your 5 senses. Describe what you're hearing, seeing, talking about, etc., with your 5 senses. I see this. It looked like that. It smelled like this. I could hear X, Y, and Z. So when you're thinking about your vision for the future of your organization, kind of the same thing. What's it look like? What's it sound like? When your vision is in action as a reality, what are the things you're hearing? What are the noises? What are the sounds? What are the conversations? What are you seeing? How are people interacting with each other? What's going on? What's the activity that's taking place? What does it smell like? I worked in paper mills at one point, and if you've ever worked around a paper mill, there can be some interesting smells. And when people first, start working in a mill, they will often comment on those smells. And the folks who've been working there for a long time will always say that's the smell of money. Because that's for them, when they have those smells, they know that the plant is running and humming and money's being made for them as an employee as well as for the organization. So you're looking at your vision or thinking through your vision, getting real concrete about what that is. What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it smell like? What are the interactions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that you really understand what you're working towards and that you can communicate what it is that you're working towards. When you're thinking about this vision, it needs to be a vision that is tied first and foremost to your values. Meaning, if you have a vision of something that is inconsistent with what you believe at your core, it will be hard or difficult for you to be authentic about that vision, about the commitment to that vision, about the communication of that vision. And so you want this to be something that flows through you really easily in the conversation and communication, but it also needs to be something that you can be committed to when someone challenges you on it, or when the times or situations challenge you on it. How committed to this vision are you? And if it's tied to your values, those things typically become inseparable then. And so you need to understand what is important to you as a value, as a belief, as a faith, and make sure that that is a part of the vision that you're looking at and looking for, or that you're bringing those values into the vision that you're creating for your organization going forward. Again, that helps you to be more authentic when you're discussing it. It also creates fewer contradictions, because if it's consistent with your values, then there's going to be fewer times when somebody challenges you on that and said, well, wait. What about X, Y, and Z? Or how is that consistent with A, B, and C? You'll be able to explain that in ways that are consistent with all the other things that you talk to them about, because again, it's tied to your core values. It becomes easier for you to explain. You're not thinking through, reaching for, how do I make sense of this? Because most of us don't have any trouble explaining what we believe. Sometimes we have trouble rationalizing our beliefs to other folks, but that's not because we can't explain it. It's because we're trying to, rationalize and justify why we should feel that way or why we do feel that way. So tying your vision to your values makes it also easier to explain to others, because it's consistent with all the other ways that you think in life in general. So with that, let's keep moving in on the leadership for change. The first thing that we need to do when we're creating change and we're going to lead change is create a sense of urgency. So if we're telling folks things need to be different, they're going to say, well, why? Why can't they just stay the same? We're doing fine. Or even if we're doing fine, I don't want to do something different. And so as a leader, you need to create a sense of urgency, to create the burning building, aspect. What's the danger if we don't change? What's the goal at the end of the rainbow if we do change? And so when creating that sense of urgency, this is a change and understanding change not as a nice to have, but as a must do. So we're not looking for people to do something different because, oh, that would be nice. We're talking to them about changing because this has to happen, or the world as we know it, or life as we know it, will no longer exist. This is a must do, a have to have. So as I said before, some impending doom, a burning building, an impending hurricane, all the, those are things that says we got to do something right now, not, we'll get to it when we get to it. So bad things are going to happen if we don't. Great things will happen if we do. Second thing we need to focus on, establishing the benefits of change, meaning what are the good things that are going to take place when we implement this change and this new vision is present all around us. There's a concept called WIFM, W-I-I-F-M, W-I-I-F-M, WIFM. And then I guess theoretically or technically I should say W.I.I.F.M. WIFM. Some of you are probably saying, oh yeah, I know that, I've heard of it. Some of you are saying, what the heck is he talking about? WIFM stands for what's in it for me. And when you ask someone to do something, whether they verbalize it or just internally think about it, they're thinking, why should I do that? What's in it for me? I know you're asking me to do it. Why don't you do it? And what's in it for me if I do it? And they can be getting paid for the job. It can be volunteer. It can be some hybrid approach of that. They can be a professional. They can be an hourly frontline worker and employee. The question is still going to be there. What's in it for me? Individually, that question is there. And collectively as groups or subgroups, that question is there. Why should we make this change? You're asking in a department to start doing something differently so that the organization can achieve a different result at a different outcome. That group is going to be asking, why do we need to make that change? We've been doing this process this way for, however many years now. Why do we need to do that? Individuals within that group will be asking, why do I need to change my procedure in that, for the rest of the organization? So we need to make sure we are understanding first and foremost what the benefits are of this change we're going to make, and what the benefits are for each specific person, each specific group within the organization. And if we can't get down to that level, it's going to be hard for us to communicate what it is we want folks to do and to motivate people to do the things that we're going to ask them to do. So once we identify what those benefits are, the WIFMs, what we need to do then is tie those to their values. So there's another concept that people don't resist change. They resist being changed. And that can sound like a difference without a distinction, or a distinction without a difference. But they really are two different things. That I'm not resisting the change in and of itself. I just don't want to have to change myself. So I don't care that something is going to be different as long as I don't have to be different or do different. And so that's what they tend to resist. And so to make that change, then they have to understand, why am I doing that? And people will do things for one of three reasons. And when I talk and do talks on motivation and theory and motivating others and getting high performance from others, I talk about this. One of three reasons: out of fear, out of fun, or out of faith. Fear is something bad's going to happen to me. I'm going to lose something, not get something. So you won't be my friend when we're little. I'll get punishment, when we're little. I'm going to get fired if I don't do it. Something bad is going to happen, and I fear that bad thing. And so I'm going to be motivated to do this thing that I want to do, or that you're asking me to do. Out of fun. Fun is the second thing. Fun is I get some benefit that I enjoy, that I like. I'm going to get ice cream. You'll be my friend. I'm going to get a promotion. I'm going to get a bonus. I'll play with you. So all of these things are things that, people ask us to do and give us some reward, recognition, some consequence that is a benefit, or that we feel is a benefit. And that then motivates us to do the thing, to make the change that they're asking for. Faith is the third one, where we tie it to their values, where we say, this is why I want you to do it. And here's how it's consistent with what you believe. And I can tie it, if you have a belief around alliances and allegiances, friendships, affiliations, that, nothing is more important to you than family, friends, and neighbors. And so I will appeal to that value in the change I'm asking you to make. And how does that make us a stronger unit, a stronger community, a stronger family, a stronger friendship group, whatever that is, whatever the structure is for our group? I will tie it to those things. And you say, well, why would I? What importance does that have? Even though we can get people to do things for one of those three reasons, fear, fun, and faith, the only one that is an internal motivator is faith, beliefs, our values. And because they're internal, they have stronger ties to our behavior. And so I will do more, sacrifice more, and do it for a longer period of time if what I'm doing or what I believe I'm doing is tied to something that I truly believe at my core. Those other things are short-lived, typically get a very quick burst of action, but they're short-lived, meaning that people get turned off by them or distracted by them or disengaged by them very quickly. The next time you say, I'll give you ice cream, they say, well, you gave me ice cream last time. When are you going to do more for me this time? Or I don't want 1 scoop this time. I want 2 scoops this time. So the ante keeps getting raised up. So we're going to tie whatever these benefits are, the benefits to change, into each individual and each individual group. And we're going to tie those benefits to their values. Now, it takes longer typically to understand what someone's core values and beliefs are. And we need, as leaders, that's part of us getting to know the people that we're leading, the groups that we're leading, and what their pain points are, and what their values are, so that we know how to interact with them. So you can say, oh, that takes so long, but that's your role as a leader, to understand them so that you can better communicate to them, as well as be more productive in your leadership, more effective in your leadership, of those individuals and of that group. So that's what we need to be doing in terms of establishing benefits. Third thing, milestones. It's important for us to create milestones, kind of markers along the way. They become markers of our progress. So we do that for two reasons. One is it breaks up the long journey into bite-sized chunks. So we're getting ready to ask people, or we're in the process of asking people to make a change that's going to be difficult and maybe long and arduous, a long process of hardships and sacrifices, etc. If we say we're starting here and everything will be great when we get to here, often that's hard for us as people to get our minds around. We need some small wins along the way. We need to break this trip up. And think about it, if you've gotten on a long road trip, going from one side of the country to the other. All along the way, you're like, oh, how much longer do we have on this? When are we going to be there? And if you've done that with kids, they will do it constantly. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? How much longer? And so you want to break the journey down into bite-sized chunks of work and activity, where it allows us to take a moment, take a deep breath, take a look back, see where we've come from, celebrate the progress that we've made, re-energize ourselves around that success, and then move forward again. But it also becomes the second reason why we create milestones. It's markers for progress. It allows us to see how far we've come. And so again, there will be times in change management where you get to a point where you say, is this really worth it? Is this, worth all the pain, worth all the sacrifice, etc. But when you have a chance to look at the progress, you can see the difference that the organization has made, the improvements that the organizations have made, the changes that it's made in individuals or as the group as a whole. And it becomes a way, again, of re-energizing and motivating the group and the team. So creating milestones are important for both of those. So as you're creating this change process and you're leading this group, you want to make sure you're identifying what will be the milestones that are going to be used for our progress markers and used for a chance for us to look back and look at what we've done, but also be the things that we're going to work towards. We're going to create a plan to get to this milestone so that we know exactly what we need to do to make it there. We know what it looks like, and then we can have a process or plan for celebrating once we're there. The fourth thing we need to focus on, I call it, your loyal team of lieutenants. So if you are a military leader, you're a general, you need a group of loyal lieutenants who are typically platoon leaders. They're the ones who are leading the foot soldiers, groups of 20 or maybe 120, but they're leading a smaller subset of your overall team. But because they're leading, and they're leading when you're not there, they have to be, again, what I'm calling loyal lieutenants. And loyal means this: they share your vision first and foremost. If they don't share your vision, then they're implementing their vision, or they're less committed to the thing that you want. And again, there's going to be sacrifice and hardship along the way. Or they may be undermining what it is that you want to have done, backstabbing the things that you're saying or wanting to be done. And so they need to share your vision about that future. And so you need to pick this loyal team of lieutenants very carefully. They are your leadership team. And I've been on organizations before. I've led some organizations before where I identified, hey, one of my lieutenants, they're not on the same page as me. And the idea then is you, as you say, fail quickly. You remove them from the team. You first have the conversation with, here's what I see, here's what I need, etc. But if you don't see that action, you need to make sure that your loyal team of lieutenants are folks that first and foremost share your vision for what that future is going to be. They also need to be trusted to carry out your directions. So if they're not someone that when you say this is what needs to be done, they're doing that thing, then they don't belong on your leadership team. They need to be someone that you trust for their advice, because you need to go to them. They're going to be the folks who are leading your foot soldiers, and you need to have an appreciation for what they know, what their skills and talents are, and what their perspective and viewpoint is. And so you need to trust them enough to take their advice. It's not a one-way street where they just have to know you and you trust that they carry out what you say. You need to know them and trust when they give you advice that advice is valuable, beneficial, and needs to be considered. That doesn't mean you do everything that they say whenever they say it, but it does mean that you're taking that advice not just at face value, but to heart, so that you can then see if it needs to be incorporated in the decisions that you're making for going forward. These lieutenants, this loyal team of lieutenants, also need to be role models of the new way. So as an organization going through change, there are going to be new values, new ways of being that are going to be necessary for success in the new organization and the new world that you're creating. You can't use the same old ways. That was what the quote, that says, hey, the danger isn't in turbulence itself. It's in facing those with old logic. It says we're not going to be able to be in this new world with old thinking. And so whatever that new thinking is, whatever those new behaviors are, we need to make sure that these loyal team of lieutenants are role modeling, are examples of that new way of being, those new ways of acting, etc., so that the rest of the team can see that and understand that and start making adjustments in their own behaviors. And then lastly, you need to make sure that they have skill sets that are going to be necessary for the long journey of change ahead. There's the famous movie, Taken, with the famous actor Liam Neeson, that says, I have a particular set of skills. Well, the same thing is true here. You need to make sure that each person, each one of those loyal team of lieutenants, each of those lieutenants has a particular skill that's going to be useful and necessary for the group as a whole. You can't have, 5 lieutenants on the team that are just like you. That's just not going to be useful. You have weak spots. They will have weak spots. And if they're just like you, their weak spots are your weak spots. So who's going to address that? And so when I'm building out a team, I'm looking for who's the person who's really good at planning an organization. Who's the person that's, really good at holding folks accountable? Who's the person that, whatever it is I'm looking for, in this journey ahead, who's the person who's really strong in this technical knowledge that is going to be useful in our organization as we go forward, or in this specific process that's going to be, critical in going forward, or in this market segment that we're going to be chasing and trying to engage going forward. I'm looking for folks that have that kind of knowledge, expertise, skill, because I know we're going to need it as a group, and I want to make sure that exists within our leadership team. Now, for me also, one of the things I'm really bad at, I'm a straight ahead, let's get it done, let's solve the next problem, and I'm not great at the celebration piece. I'm great at acknowledging the distance and the progress, the distance we've gone and the progress we made, but not in celebrating that, not in doing the cheerleading, rah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I always make sure one of my lieutenants is someone who's very strong at that, who's very committed to that. And sometimes, they're so strong at it that it irritates me. It's like, oh, do we have to celebrate everything? But then I remember that's why they're there. They're there because I'm not going to think about those things. I'm not going to be strong and good at those things. And I need someone who that is their thing. That's their jam. That's their commitment, et cetera, because it's going to keep me much more focused on that than I would naturally be or normally be. So this team of loyal lieutenants is an important thing in you being able to carry out, because as a leader, you can't be every place at one time. And the larger your organization is, and the more things that need to be done, the more you're going to rely on others to make it happen. And this leadership group has to have these qualities. Share your vision. You need to trust that they will carry out your direction. You need to trust them enough to take their advice. You need to make sure you're selecting folks who will role model the kinds of skills and ways of being that are going to be important for the new organization and the new world ahead. And that you need to make sure they have a particular set of skills individually, so that collectively you have all the skills that you need for this new world ahead, or this new organization that you're creating. All right, we're running out of time, so I'm going to do these next 3 pretty quickly. Next thing that's really important in the leadership for change, just like in real estate, it's in 3s. Communicate, communicate, communicate. So in real estate, they say it's location, location, location. Leadership for change is about communication, communication, communication. You as a leader are going to take every opportunity to talk about your vision, the progress, the setbacks, the heroes. So every opportunity you get, you're going to talk about your vision. Whether you're walking through the floor, the office floor, the plant floor, one of your, retail locations, depending on what your business structure is, when you're walking through that business, you want to be talking about your vision to all your staff and employees. And you want to be doing that constantly. Every time you're having a meeting, you're going to refer back to what your vision is and why these things that you're going to be talking about in this meeting today are going to be so important and critical for achieving that. Every opportunity that you have to talk about your vision solidifies that vision in the minds of everyone else, so that they can start regurgitating that kind of on demand. When someone says, "Where do you work?" "Oh, I work over at Acme." "Oh, what do you guys do?" They will repeat that vision without you ever being there, because they've heard it so many times. What we do is, and they'll repeat your mission and vision statement. When you're talking in a department meeting and you're talking about the vision, then relating that to what that department's responsibilities and objectives are all about. All of those things help solidify that vision in the minds of the team, the overall broader team, so that they can be more effective by incorporating that in their daily activities. You're also going to take every opportunity to talk about the progress that you've made. Because again, this is a long-term thing. The change process isn't one and done in a day. It's going to be over typically weeks and months of time. And so it's important that when people start getting discouraged, that you can point to the progress and talk about it and highlight that for lots of reasons, for the motivational effect it will have, but also for the confirmation of the reason for change. Remember what our profitability was last year? Look at what it is now. That's because of these changes that we made. Now we're, went from losing, 100K, for the year. We've already made, we're already profiting at 75K, for the year. Or add some zeros to that. 100 million was our loss last year. We are already at a 75 million this year, and we have 4 more months still to go, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it allows people to look at it and say, yeah, this stuff did work. And now I'm more committed to keep going because I see the improvement that it's having and the progress that we're making as an organization or me individually. And again, these things that we're going to talk about, and communicate at every opportunity are both at an individual level and at an organizational level. But the other thing we want to talk about, not just the progress, we want to talk about the setbacks, because not talking about them didn't make them not happen. And when they've happened, everybody knows they've happened. And so you need to, as a leader, talk about them and embrace them. Why did they happen? Hey, this setback that we just experienced happened because we didn't do X, or because we did X, but weren't aware of Y as a consequence to X. And so that set us back, and here's what we're doing about that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Ignoring it isn't going to make it, any better, make it go away. And it's also not going to let the rest of the team know that you're on top of things, that you are aware of those things, and you have a solution or a plan as an organization for addressing those things. So you're going to talk about setbacks as well, not to harp on them, not to dwell on them, but to really just acknowledge them, that it happened. Here's why it happened. Here's what we're doing about that. And here's how we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future by doing these kinds of things differently. It also helps to reinforce the vision that you're moving towards. Why, those kinds of things won't be happening once you get to this new state, this new world order, et cetera. But the other thing you want to communicate constantly are about the heroes. Who is making heroic contributions in the organization? And by heroic, I don't mean that they saved the company. That would be nice. That would be great. That doesn't happen every day. But it can be those quiet heroes also. The folks who stayed late for a whole week to get an activity done so that a project could stay on track. The folks who called up a customer who was disappointed about something, that we sent them, that we did around this new world that we're going to, and won them back, as a client, or someone that made some other sacrifice, et cetera. There are going to be lots of people and lots of situations along the way where folks are going to distinguish themselves, and you want to always keep bringing those heroes to the forefront, communicating to the rest of the group. So one, that they get their recognition and their flowers right now today, but also that it inspires other people to do the same kinds of things, because they're like, I want to be in front of the group one day, having them tout my successes and my horn and all that other kind of good stuff. So yeah, let me look for ways that I can do it as well. So for both of those reasons, you're going to want to talk about who the heroes are in this journey for change, so that you can motivate, you can inspire, and that you can simply recognize and award. Not last but not least, but next to last and not least, celebrate the wins. And again, it goes back to what I was talking about before. It's a tough journey. And so you want to make sure you're taking time to celebrate both the small and the big wins. So the little things that are improvement because of the changes that have made. And it's very important that you make sure you're celebrating those wins that are related to the changes that you're making. If a success happens, but it's not related to the change, don't try to make it about the change then. That just happened. You can celebrate that, but don't try to link it, because that's not going to be authentic, and people are going to challenge you on that, and you're going to have a hard time trying to explain it. And I've watched people do that in the past, where something good happened to the organization, and they said, oh, that's because we were doing this change and we changed our process. And somebody said, well, wait a second. How does that work? That doesn't seem to be related to that. And then you watch that leader, that business owner, try and stumble and stamble. And I would coach them after and say, don't do that. Next, only talk about that as a win. It's a plus. It's, yes, something we want to recognize, but it had nothing to do with these other changes that you made. Don't try to connect them. It's not important. It's not necessary to connect them, because if you do, and they're really not connected, you lose credibility. So you want to celebrate small wins. You want to celebrate big wins. And when they are connected to your changes, you want to make sure you're communicating those connections so people get it, they understand it, and they can look for more of those kinds of opportunities in the future. Last but not least, when you're done, or along the way, actually, even institutionalize the progress that you're making. This is a major mistake that folks make in organizations when they're doing change. They make all these improvements, they make all these changes, they never document them, they never change procedures, they just keep moving along. So when you institutionalize progress, what you're doing, you're actually creating new standard operating procedures. This is how we do things. You're creating new processes. This is the process we've now created for how we're going to do this going forward. Why? It does two things. One, it locks in that progress and prevents the setbacks. But two, it creates culture, the new culture for the new organization that you've created based on this change management process that you've implemented. So institutionalizing that progress is a key final step and factor in this whole leadership for change. Hope you found this, interesting, enlightening. Again, this is not the end all to be all for leadership, for change management. There's a whole lot more to know and understand, and much more depth that we can go into each one of these things. But hopefully it gave you something to think about and to incorporate into your change management now going forward. If you have more questions about leadership, about change, about growing your business or organization, feel free to reach out to me. Again, Sydney Wormsby. You can go to my website, which is solutionswithresults.com. Solutions is plural, results is plural, solutionswithresults.com. On my website, there will be a contact page, which will have my phone number. It will have, you can send me an email or message about an issue that's going on in your business right now, specifically to your business that you might want an answer for and need an answer for. I'll be happy to give you a response within 48 hours. I also have a lot of tools and training on the website that you can use and get for your changes ahead. One tool that's really useful for folks is a simulator where you can simulate the change that you could make in several areas, strategic areas of your business, and the specific impact it would have on revenue and profit for your business. And this time of year, when we're looking at making change for next year and what strategies we want to implement, that's a great first step for you in your process. So feel free, reach out to me, use those tools and systems for, and again, those are free on my website. So use them to whatever benefit you want to have. And I look forward to your success and hearing about your success in the future. And before we sign off on this section, I want you to remember that the Black Business Expo is a fundraiser. So we are using this to both raise funds for high school seniors and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. We're using the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate. So if you want to donate to the scholarship fund, go to the website. Again, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App. There should be the account scrolling across the bottom, but if not, it's $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And so if you're a student, go to that same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com, to register. Every dollar counts. So please go there and donate. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for the month of November 2024, NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned for more programming. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the owner and founder of Uertise Decus, a business growth consulting practice that helps business owners double their profits in less than 12 months using the concept of small change to big things. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker in this session is Ms. Angel Green. Angel Green is a nationally respected, board-certified life coach and an educational speaker specializing in mental health and wellness. And for over 20 years, she's combined spirituality, introspection, and the transformative power of crystals to help individuals achieve their fullest potential. Her unique, energizing presentations educate and inspire, offering practical tools for personal growth and for inner peace. Angel has supported hundreds of clients in authentically discovering their happy place and building fulfilling lives. Dedicated to improving lives in all areas, she now incorporates cutting-edge tools like ChatGPT into her work, demonstrating how technology can complement holistic approaches to transformation and well-being. So help me welcome to the program, Angel Green.
Greetings, greetings. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm amazing. Thank you for asking.
Well,
Good to be here today.
Well, and we're glad to have you. And I know you're well familiar with the Black Business Expo, right?
Absolutely.
But
yes.
I am excited to talk with you about the connection between technology and holistic health and wellness, practices and strategies. So it's a combination that many people won't naturally and normally think of, and I think they will find exciting to hear about from your perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, and thank you
All
for
right.
that wonderful introduction.
Oh, you're welcome, and well deserved. Well deserved. So, talk a little bit about who you are first, for those who don't know you out there. Who, what's your background? How did you get into kind of holistic mental health and wellness, strategies and life coaching?
Okay, great. So I am Dr. Angel Green, and I have a background in technology. I was one, if not the first, melanated woman to own a mobile app company here in North Carolina. And so I've had a passion for technology. However, I'm more of an extrovert. And when you do technical things like computers, you just one-on-one with the computer. You're by yourself, and that's just not, I don't feel as fulfilling as I am when I'm coaching or helping people with anything to do with the holistic perspective, such as crystals and um, energy healing, tinctures, herbal drinks to have, elixirs, things of that nature. I get a little funny when I'm speaking about holistic health just because of the way, you know, they are, are more low key on that perspective, word of mouth. But yeah, I get the job done.
All right. All right.
The way I've gotten into Chat GPT is that everyone, it is phenomenal. You just have to know how to use it. So once I learned how to use it, I started to speak with different people that didn't have a clue about how to use Chat GPT, or they'd be like, how did you put that in there and get that answer? Well, you have to look at it like food in, food out. So if you ask a basic question, you're going to get a basic answer.
Right.
If you ask a more intricate question, give it a personality, you're going to get a completely different answer.
Right. Or definitely a much more in-depth and in detail. So one of the things, and we saw this with the internet, that folks didn't fully understand it. So everything was, the internet, as if it was this big, unknown black box that did all these mysterious things. Well, people are starting to use Chat GPT or AI kind of in that same context. Oh, AI. Well, what does that mean? Well, and now there's a 15-minute trying to, come up with a definition. Talk about, at its core, from a technological standpoint, what is Chat GPT and how does it work?
I'm going to break it. I like to make sure that everyone understands what I'm stating. So I like to make sure I break it down from college to kindergarten, which ChatGPT also has the capacity to do when it comes to documents and things that you don't understand. I would say look at ChatGPT like your personal assistant that you never had, that's there for you 24 hours. ChatGPT is a think tank when you don't have anyone. It is like this best friend that has been lost that you've always needed, because when you learn how to operate it appropriately, then it gives you back everything that you're looking for.
Now,
Everything. If
now
you
when
have
you,
tasks that you need to do, you literally can say, I have 15 tasks and list the task. I have this much amount of time. Give me the best times to do the task and get all these tasks done. And I don't want to spend more than 15 minutes on each task. That sounds complicated, but ChatGPT has a phenomenal way of just analyzing everything and creating it right there in front of your face.
yeah.
And it only
So
takes a
it's not
second.
a person, but it'll act like a person.
Better than people. You don't get nobody talking back, attitudes, things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, and sometimes you could ask it questions and it will not answer you the way that you want it to answer you, because it'll say, oh, I can't answer that based on the way that it's programmed. However, if you just tweak what you're saying, and you could say, potatoes going to be a no and cucumbers is going to be a yes. I'm going to ask you a question. Can you answer it that way? And it'll say, shoot. Like shoot your question out.
Yeah,
And
right.
once you ask the questions, it'll give you an answer that way. But you can ask the same question and ask for a yes or no answer, and it won't answer.
Okay. And is that
Does that make
a
sense?
liability legality thing? So I know when I've
I-
asked it questions around the law, it will say you
Yes.
need to refer to a lawyer, it won't answer. But if I structure that question slightly different, then it'll give me,
Yes.
its ideas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And instead of asking for a yes or no question, you have to be a true lawyer. Like that person on the stand is not going to tell the truth, and you need the answer out of them for them to tell you the truth. You got to think that way. And when you think that way, just ask to have a different yes or no response. Do not ask yes or no, especially if you're asking legal questions or things of that nature. In your opinion, you can say that in your opinion, which does it have an opinion or not? Is it only based on fact or truth? Because fact and truth are two different things. Um, you have to be precise when you speak to ChatGPT and have that communication, because it is there to work with you and for you. The paid version that's $20 a month is much better than the free version. The free version is definitely need to know how to prompt it to get the proper answers for what you're requesting if you're using the free version.
Okay. And the free version also limits the number of things that you might be of a specific thing that you might be able to do in a given 24-hour period or a given time period, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Correct? Right.
And not only that, the paid version will too. Let's be clear here. It'll go for a while, but it's almost like scrolling. If you've been on it too long, it's going to say, hey, you got to take a 45-minute break, and it will stop your account. It will stop you, because it's not going to let you go 10 hours doing ChatGPT. It's going to lock you out your account for an hour and tell you to come back in an hour. So just be mindful of that it's not going to allow you just to do it hours and hours in. I've tried.
Okay. So been there, done that, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I've experienced with the ChatGPT also is that it starts learning my voice, in the way that I ask questions or the things that I like or don't like, or so it starts changing, modifying some of the responses based on that. So talk about ChatGPT's ability to think and learn from me as an individual interacting with it.
Absolutely. So basically, when you communicate with ChatGPT, it's gonna identify your skill level, and that just depends on what you put into ChatGPT as how they need to respond. So, just on the basic level of asking it a question, um, say for instance, you want to be a blogger and you need to come up with new ideas about something. You could say, "Hi, ChatGPT, I would like to be." No, you don't even have to say that. You could say, "I'm a blogger and would like information on 10 subjects that are trending that I should speak on or talk about." It's going to look through its database and come back with those 10 topics. Now, if you're more specific by saying to ChatGPT, you are a world famous blogger. I need you to scan the internet and give me the top trending topics um, that are on social media. And if you on a certain site, say Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you can say that particular site and it will give you the trending topics or the trending videos for YouTube. It will list out the top 10 subjects that are trending so you can then pick from it. You can then say, write me a blog on this topic that you just chose. Now you have that topic right there. So ChatGPT is going to write you a blog, an article on whatever topic you're speaking on. Now, the more detailed you are in reference to utilizing ChatGPT, the better answer you will get. So, say for instance, if your background, the people you're speaking with are going to be attorneys, so they speak legalese, right? Legalese and English are two different languages, as we know. So you could ask it to write it in legalese. And you could take that same document and say, dumb it, you don't say dumb it down, but you could say, explain this document so that a 5-year-old could understand it. It's going to take that very intricate document you just had and it's going to break it down for a 5-year-old to grasp, which includes if you have a PDF, you can always upload a document in the paid version and it will analyze that document and break out everything that you need based on your questions, which is a phenomenal tool to have when, especially when it comes to reading contracts and things of that nature that you may not get the meaning of based on the way that it's written. A lot of things are written for us not to understand. However, if you utilize ChatGPT, upload your document, it will break out any question you have about the document. It's going to give you an answer. And if it's not responding to you in the way that you want it to, then the best thing for you to do is say, break it down for a middle schooler. You know, we don't have to go to kindergarten, but I like to break things down from college to kindergarten because once you get it on the kindergarten level, it makes sense if you go back and reread it on a you know, college level.
Right. All right. So you're talking about some of the giving examples of some of the things that people can use Chat GPT to do activities with, et cetera, or to solve for them. Talk a little bit about or a little bit more about all the things that ChatGPT can do for you. Those were a couple examples. What are the things that it can, and also highlight the things that it can't. Like, what can't it do?
It can't get involved in politics. It can't get, you know, we utilize a lot of tools, Siri and, you know, Alexa, Google, and we ask questions that are outside of the stretch of imagination. Like, what does God look like? You may not get an answer because that is relative to the individual that is utilizing ChatGPT. So that's an answer that I wouldn't necessarily utilize ChatGPT for specifically. Or who do you think I should vote for in the upcoming election? It's not going to answer those type of questions. If you ask how a baby is born, it will give you an answer on that type of question. So no matter what question you ask, and it'll say this violates our policy.
Mm-hmm.
However, my chat GPT knows me so well, it'll answer my question and then tell me it violated the policy for answering the question, which is a good thing because I still got my answer, which is
Right.
what we want. You don't want a rejection when you're asking a question, but then after the fact, it says, basically, I shouldn't have answered this question for you. It's against my policy, but you answered the question. And then you continue to build on, but you keep telling me you shouldn't answer my question. And
Right.
I segue away from what you were initially asking me because my brain.
Well,
went
I was
left.
asking, is there something that ChatGPT can't do? Or there's some things
Yeah.
that, yeah. Um,
But
and you
outside of
went,
that, it can be any tool that you need it to be. It can create anything. If you say, I need an Excel spreadsheet that will have 5 columns, and each column will be labeled account number. You list what you want it named, and you want the equation placed into the spreadsheet. So I need column A and column B to equal to column C, and column D I need it multiplied by column A. You could say that, and it's going to print you out an Excel spreadsheet with that format automatically in there.
right.
And that's just on a small scale of little things to do. When it comes to social media marketing, which is what most companies need for their businesses, it is phenomenal. You can say, I have a painting company. Please give me 30 days worth of Facebook ads for my painting company. I specialize in house painting, inside and out. And it'll do the rest. If you don't know what else to say and you're just like stuck at the basics, it will create you a calendar with a flow chart of everything you can talk about or put on your Facebook page for the next 30 days or however long. And then within the paid version, it also has the capacity to draw. It will draw any image that you want based on what you say. Now, the spelling of the words may be off, so be mindful of that, but it will draw for you, create spreadsheets. It will create videos. You can create and design videos with a scenario. So I could say, do snakes have babies? And you could say, yes. Give me a video for middle schoolers to show how snakes have babies, and it will create a video for you based on what you ask it to do.
Right.
And those are additional prompts that you have that you're able to utilize within the paid version.
Right. Yeah, I've used it for the image and video piece, where I just got tired of searching for the images that I wanted, and I just started using ChatGPT to say, create me a JPEG file, create me a PNG file, to create me that looks like this or has this info, and and boom, there it goes. So, which again saves time for me trying to find that perfect picture. Just create the picture. So, great.
And then with
go
that
ahead.
being said, when you create that picture, once you click on that picture, it's going to give you a description on the side of the picture. Like it'll create a small picture up under it, but there's going to be, if you click on that picture, it's going to give you a description. That description of that picture is how you continuously get the same picture for continuous scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you drew yourself in a cartoon character and you want to utilize that, for the duration of your pictures, you would click on that initial cartoon character, take that description, and you would put that at the beginning of your next function so it'll know to utilize that same image of the person in the picture. It's kind of how you get Gracie's Corner. You familiar with the little girl that sings the hip hop ABCs, or row your boat? But
you got me on that
animated. Okay, yeah, you look like, huh?
You got me on that one.
Yeah, but it's so that you can have a consistency of an image once you get it. Because if you notice, when you do the ask it to draw something and you like the image, but you want something different, it will never give you the same image again. It doesn't repeat itself.
Well, and that's
So
the
that's
question.
a way.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that's a way to be able to keep a consistent image when you're trying to create something um, that's going to be more than one time of usage.
That was a question I wanted to have you address too. The importance of using the, like or dislike buttons or tabs, so when it's asking you when things are done, did you like it? Did it fit? Talk about the importance of that and in ChatGPT being better for you in the future.
So, I know that I know a lot of things about certain things. So when I ask ChatGPT a question and it tells me the opposite of what I know to be true, now you become my little cousin and I want to kind of like fuss you out. So
Mhm.
you don't have to be nice to ChatGPT if you know that you know what you're talking about. Because I'm like, you're lying. I need you to go back into your research and look at the IRS manual and find this information. And then it'll come back and say, you are correct. My apologies. And I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me? So if you know that you know something about something, because some things they don't want to tell you, and I'm probably one that's looking for information that most people don't know or most people aren't looking for. So I get a lot of no's, but I know how to get around those no's because of what I'm looking for. When I know that it's a fact and it's a truth, I can tell it where to go to find it. And if you know that, you can put that information, but you would just hope it would give you the answer. But if you have a means or a method of listing a book, or article, a website, telling it where to go to find the information, it will go exactly where you want it to go. But if you just give it a basic question and you don't say, search publication 1010 or, search a particular area that you want information from, it may tell you no. I don't know anything about it, or that's illegal or against the law. And then you reword it and it'll tell you, oh yeah, by the way, that is legal. You do have the right to do that. So
So talk a little bit about the instructions to ChatGPT in terms of creativity or creation and creativity. The instructions to GPT to talk about different writing styles or different tones. Oh, I want this to be funny, or I want this to be technical, or I want this to be. Talk about those aspects and the importance of that and how to use it for.
okay, so with ChatGPT, this is one of the reasons why I love this little gadget, because sometimes the way that I want to come across and the way that I should come across are two different ways. So um, if I want you to know that you've hurt me, yeah, I still need this matter resolved. My ignorance is not going to get me anywhere. I can literally type into ChatGPT my scenario, what has gone on, and I could say, I want this letter to be impactful, very meaningful, and heart touching with a little bit of attitude, and it will write it just like that. Or I could say, I need this letter to go to a diplomat and I need it in their language. I need to be able to speak the way that they speak and articulate my point across in a manner in which they will receive it and think that I'm still on their level. That is what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT does. It puts you on any one level in a writing communication that you need to be on. And if you need it to be impactful, heartfelt, if you're angry, you can say, I'm mad as hell. You could really say that to ChatGPT, and I want my emotion to come across on paper, but it has to be professional. It's going to give you exactly what you asked for.
Right. Well,
And if you, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Oh yeah, I cut it off because it's fine.
Okay. So I was going to say also one of the things that I think people don't use it as much for or as well for is brainstorming. So to your point earlier, you can ask it for ideas. Give me, several different ways to do it this or to say that, or I want to talk about this topic, but I want different, scenarios or analogies, to be able to use and talk. And it will give you a whole list of, ideas that you can then decide or determine, I like that one, I don't like that one. So are there other areas that kind of brainstorming suggestions that you found useful in your work or use with ChatGPT?
Yes, I've found it very useful with mind mapping. Having, if you're a constant thinker, then you're always coming up with creative things to do, ideas. If you ADHD, you might start a bunch of things and not complete them. And for me, that is like my partner when it comes to that, because it helps me stay on track and map out whatever it is that I am looking to do. For instance, if you have books that you've written and haven't finished, you may have started a degree that you didn't complete. You have banking things you need to do for the year when it comes to your taxes, and you just need to figure out what needs to be done first, second, and third. Which one would be the easiest to tackle first? Because in your brain, you may think, it's easy for me to tackle house cleaning and chores first, when it may have been organizing the tax papers to get that out of the way when it's the heaviest burden. But because you're not having that discussion with anyone other than yourself, a lot of times if you're not using Chat GPT, a lot of times things say stagnated. And if you really, really want to buckle down and get things done, mind mapping, um, which if you don't know what that is basically you are in the middle of the map as a circle, and then there are lines that's drawn off of it based on all your ideas in your head that you want to do, and you've not completed a lot of these tasks, and you're looking for information to figure out how to get this done. So when it comes to starting and completing a project, it is, I would say, it's vital, especially when you work on timetables, meaning that you work from 8 to 5, you get home at 6, you got to work with the children. You only have 45 minutes before you go to bed, and you want to start working this in. It will literally tell you, okay, from 9 o'clock to 9:15, you need to look at this. From 9:15 to 9:30, look at this. And it will give you every day of the week in which you're to work on your objective.
Okay. So you mentioned something earlier, Dr. Green, that I want to go back to, because as you said it, I started trying to think through my past experience, and did I get that? Did it lie to me? How do you know if an answer that ChatGPT gives you is accurate?
Well, I'm a researcher, so a lot of times I know a little bit about something that
Well, I
I
guess in
am
this case, I'm asking about for the casual user or someone not as experienced in you with ChatGPT, or different topics as well. So, is there something that if a user is questioning or not sure if the answer that they received is completely accurate, is there something that they can ask, say, or do in response that might um, help qualify that or help clarify whether that's accurate or not?
well, if you believe, I mean, if it's just some random question like how many legs does a snail turtle have, and you don't know, then it's going to be, you're having to take that answer for its face value. However, if there is somewhere you can lead Chat GPT to find the information, then I would suggest that, say for instance, I don't know how to fix the brakes on my vehicle. And I'm like, can you tell me how to fix brakes? It might go through a small overview of what it is to fix brakes, but it's different on every vehicle. So I have to nail it down to exactly what type of car I have, what
Right.
type of tires, whatever the questions are that surrounds brakes in order for it to give me the exact answer that I'm looking for. So I would say find a 2021 instruction manual for an Infinity truck. And then I would tell it where it can find my answer if I know. And generally we have an idea of where something could be found, but we can't get there. It doesn't even matter if it's you know, in the Library of Congress. You can say, review the Library of Congress and search for this document. It's going to search for it because you gave it a place and where to go. So as much information as you have about a topic, it will help you with not getting a false answer. Let me give you another example. Someone did an experiment that said, show me what a happy bunny looks like. And it showed a bunny. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it, but somebody told me about it.
Okay, yeah. And the more, and then it would say a happier bunny and a more happier, and it just kept going and going and going until the bunny went from being a bunny in grass with, a beautiful surrounding, just happy, to a bunny jumping up and down like this, ecstatic, to almost something that it was trying to get to like a God consciousness almost. So it transformed it as it went along because you kept saying, and more, more happier, more happier, and it just, to the extent of its own knowledge, it was pushed to a limit of creating and designing something that I'm not even sure where that answer came from. Once I saw the out, I'm like, wow, this is what in its AI imagination of what the most happiest energy looks like. And the bunny had basically disintegrated into just pure energy. Which,
Dr. Green, we're running out of time, but I want to hit a bunch of other areas. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and let's kind of do a rapid fire round. So
okay, cool.
I know ChatGPT can translate in terms of languages. Can it also translate kind of local jargon? It's like within a language, that if there's a local jargon of a specific region of a language of a country using that language, can it translate that as well? And what other unique things can you do besides just basic translation of a piece of material into another language, or in communicating things in another language?
Now, when it comes to communicating in different languages, I haven't played with it a lot. For example, rewriting somebody's trust the wheel in their own language, because as we know, they're Spanish, but then, like you said, there are different dialects of Spanish. So the Spanish they speak here may not be the Spanish they speak in another place. So with that being said, I don't personally do a lot of language translations. If it's something small, let me segue to this. ChatGPT also has additional features that you can add once you have the paid version. So you can go into the paid version and look for a translator ChatGPT. You can look for a text ChatGPT. You can look for a recipe and cooking ChatGPT. So you have the ability and the capacity to look for all these various ChatGPTs with the paid version that will help minimize the issues that you would find on just using the regular chat GPT. Because what happens is you're able to create and build and design your own personal chat GPT based on your needs. So if that is something that you would want a translator chat GPT, if you know the language, if you have books or articles that are in a ebook format or PDF form, you can actually build your own chat GPT specifically for whatever topic you have. And so it's a community of people that are together, and some people build chat GPTs based on information that they need specifically around a certain area, which helps them hone in on getting the answers they need. They may upload Black's Law edition 1 through 12. So when they're looking for legalese versions of words, they have a whole chat GPT specifically to break it down based on legalese, if that makes sense.
Yep, understood. Now, there are quite a few students that are out there. Are there ways to use ChatGPT to learn and study? And I don't mean by cheating on a test or writing the paper for you. I mean to truly learn and understand information, or to study information.
Absolutely. Especially videos or stories or books that may be big and you just don't have the time to read it all. You can literally upload that book, that video into, well, you have various types of chat GPTs now. The free version, I don't believe you can do that.
No.
But
What you're
paid,
basically
when you
saying is
get
a Cliff Notes version of ChatGPT.
correct, and you can upload a document and begin to ask questions about the document. So if you're reading Hansel and Gretel, you would say, who are the main characters in the story? And what is it that's significant about what took place in the story that I need to know about each of these characters? Please list that information. And it's going to give you everything so that because you have to be able to pass the test regardless. And some people can write great papers with the help of Chat GPT, but now they have like software that can check to see if you have used AI to write
Right.
your paper or not, how much of it's been used to write your paper, and so forth and so on. I know you said
What
we were
about for
short for time.
what about for studying for something that's technical? I'm taking for those folks out there who are engineers, mathematicians, etc. You're taking differential equations, or you're taking numerical methods. Can you use a Chat GPT to help you understand math functions, or that kind of high level stuff, or certain aspects of a physics equation, etc. So is it possible to use ChatGPT for that kind of studying and learning, if you're the average student out there?
Absolutely, yes. One of my favorite things about ChatGPT, and if anyone can take anything away from this today, just remember, from C to K, from college to kindergarten. And the best way to understand anything in life is really learn it from a child, because they say it in a way that is just, it will resonate and stick with you. And basically, all you're asking ChatGPT to do at that point is to break this document down from a college perspective to where a kindergarten or first grader could understand it. And once you get it on that kindergarten, first grader level, you could just ask it to go up levels and it'll explain it until you get to college. And it doesn't have to be first grade, second grade, third grade. You could just say an elementary school age child, a middle school age child, a high school child, and it will break that down to the level so that the person is capable of understanding it. I would say utilize that, because when it comes to college papers or books or even something technical like coding, all of it can be taught to a child. And I feel personally that when we can break things down for people to catch your drift, get what you're saying, it's so much easier to remember. So literally taking any document that you have to study for, any test, any type of technical skill that you have to learn, ChatGPT will break it down and make it memorable. And if it's something that you are able to remember over something else, you could tell it to substitute that item for, whatever's in your story or your book so that you can remember it. It'll do exactly what you want to help you the way that you need to be helped. It's like sometimes I'm confused about the way I feel about it. Like, ooh, I don't like it. Ooh, but I love it. It's like,
Right. All right.
yeah,
Well,
because it's a wonderful thing, and it'll help literally in every aspect of your life. Every aspect. If you don't know how to do something like write a will, you can say, my name is Joe Smith. I need a will for my family. I own 8 houses. I have 2 cars and, $1 million in my bank. I want it split up between 5 nieces and nephews and leave some to my children. It will break it down. It will lay it out, and then it'll allow for you to ask for what percentage, how much you want going to which person. Like it's a phenomenal tool to use, and just make sure you do have a will or trust in place so that you can make sure your family is protected and your assets.
Okay.
But yes, it can help you with anything.
Sandman has come on and looking at me off stage saying it's time to wrap up. So I have a ton more questions. So we're gonna have to invite you back again so that we can go through some more of the info. It's been wonderful chat. How can people reach you if they have more questions about ChatGPT, want to use your expertise, want to use you, from a business perspective? To help incorporate ChatGPT in their organization? What's the best way for them to reach you?
They can reach me at Angelic, ANGELIC, Magic, MAGIK, at gmail.com. And that's also my website, angelicmagic.com.
Sorry about that. Well, it was a pleasure having you on. Look forward to the next time that we can go through some more discussions around ChatGPT. I know folks out there have learned a ton from the responses that you were given. And so, as we say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
On the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because...
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and She helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my six-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Aaron Couch. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network's global community sharing is business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first fireside chat today is with Minima Safir. Let me give you a quick little information and bio on Minima. Minima is passionate about finding the passion in others. She found new connections to help people market and promote what excites them. Recognizing that entrepreneurs require specific support, she thrives on the energy generated when surrounded by positive, driven individuals. Originally from Mount Vernon, New York, Minima moved to Tennessee with her family, bringing with her the business acumen of someone twice her age. Her dedication to connecting people and sharing transformational insight has led her to create Empower You Coaching, trained in rapid transformation therapy, which is RTT. Marissa Peer, RTT by Marissa Peer. Minima has guided many to discover their heart's desire. And without further ado, I present to you Minima Safir.
Hello, hello. Oh, there you are. I was wondering. I was like, I don't know. Am I being heard? Good morning, Aaron. My name is Nanaima. I know it's a strange name. Nanaima. There's two I's in the middle.
Okay. And I wish I would have known earlier. I would have definitely made sure I pronounced it correctly, and that's my fault.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting in?
Because I began seeing the challenges of going from being a 9-to-5er, someone who works for a paycheck, to running their own business and creating a strategy for themselves. We've been told since 5 years old, since our whole life, what to do, when to do it, how to do it.
Right.
You go to work at this time. This is your job description. This is where you go for lunch, or this is how much time you can stay away from your desk. And this is exactly how we want it. We've been taught these things, and we're conditioned to stay in that mode. So getting out of that mode and really diving into the gifts that we've been given, naturally, there is no shortage of talent in our community. Talent, skills, resources. I mean, my goodness, we are some of the most absolutely amazing creations on the planet. And for us to struggle so much with coming out of that conditioning, when we understand it's just a conditioning and that we can recondition ourselves, I think that's the biggest blessing. But yeah, thinking we have to know it all and we have to do it all, I think those are the two biggest things that hinder us as entrepreneurs.
So I can definitely understand that. Sometimes I think people are looking for balance. And when I look at that, and once they get that, how would you define success for those entrepreneurs? And what type of advice would you give people who are starting out?
Oh, okay. So the question is, what advice would I give to an entrepreneur trying to find balance?
Well, what would you, for somebody, first of all, how would you define success for entrepreneurs? Then we can go further into that.
See, that's an individual thing. Success for each person is very different. And I realize, purchasing a house can be the ultimate goal. Right. And if once a person gets to that ultimate goal, then they feel that they've gotten success. And if they don't continue to set new goals for themselves, then they feel that they've accomplished what they needed to accomplish, and that is a personal journey. That's a personal journey. It may, again, going back to the emotional wellness part, I've gotten very, very clear that, we are conditioned to judge one another, to judge our journey, to judge our decisions, not just for ourselves, but for everybody around us. And the more critical you are about yourself, the more critical you are about other people. And one of the things that I realized, like I said, when I say my program, The Magic of 5 Minutes, saved my life, I don't say that for shock value. I'm telling you that's a fact. It saved my life. And that's because some days of my life, just waking up, getting out of bed, was the win.
You're right about that, hey.
Yeah. So it's all about, and then we don't, that's not something we can tell people. And even when we do, because I'm standing in front of you saying, look, I almost didn't make it this morning. We take it as joke because sarcasm is kind of a second language for a lot of us. But so many people had no idea how deeply I was hurting and how much I was struggling, because I was able to say it. Look, you know what? I don't know about today, guys, and we take it as a joke.
I can see that a lot of your passion for what you do is definitely involved in your work. And so with that passion, your approach, how does it differ from other coaching methods that people may be aware of? And what are some of the results that you've seen from your different approach?
So my approach is all about shadow work. All about shadow work. It's never the other person and it's never the situation. It is all about the person. It's all about the individual. So I don't listen to a lot of stories if I can help it. I'll listen for context. But how we're feeling is where my work is directed. It's about not waving at the smoke, okay? I'm pissed off because somebody said something and I did this and I did that and they shouldn't have and I should have, would have, could have, all of those things. And going back to being an entrepreneur, okay, well, I didn't because. There's a belief system within us. If we haven't gotten to certain levels, if we have not accomplished certain goals, if we have not moved past certain fears, there is a belief system rooted in that. And that is where my work lies. Checking out what's going on inside. It's not about the other person. It's a belief system that we have. Either I'm not good enough, I need to learn something, I need to read another book, I need to go to another seminar, I need to go to another convention, I just need the certificate, I just need to be better or something other than what I am right now. And that's the problem, right? So we all have beliefs. But those beliefs, just like our thoughts, belong to us. And that therefore you have the right and the responsibility to change them if they are not serving you. So some of the successes that I've had with my clients, because of the approach that I use, is all about putting out the fire.
Okay.
So when we work on that, when we work on what's going on inside, then we can actually affect change on the outside. So I use RTT, I use hypnotherapy, I use solfeggio frequencies, I use a lot of things in my work. I use meditation, I use journaling, and the successes are rewarding. So just for me to be a part of that process is huge for me. Yes, I have clients, I have testimonials on my website, and all of that.
Yeah, that is fantastic. But you mentioned something that really got my attention. You mentioned putting out the fires. So what are some of the common mistakes that you see some of your entrepreneurs making when it comes to marketing their passion?
For marketing their passion. Okay, so speaking from experience, not really getting to the underlying, what is it that you really want to do? Like, okay, if I'm just chasing money, if you're chasing something, it's always going to run from you. You're going to be chasing it forever. That's an energy. I work on energy. Everything is energy. So as far as entrepreneurs, you said, what are some of the mistakes that they make in marketing their business?
Yeah, what are some of the mistakes, when it comes to their passion? Because you mentioned, sometimes helping them to put out the fires. So what are some of the things that you see, and how do you help them to get past that?
Well, again, it depends on what it is that the person is coming to me for, right? It all goes with, it's all about within. We often find that we say, okay, well, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know how to market. How do I use this program? Or how do I use it? Learning, trust is a huge challenge. One of the biggest problems with everybody on the planet is not feeling like we're enough. Yeah. In one way, shape, or form. Right? That's the biggest thing for everybody. I'm not enough in one area or another area, whatever it happens to be. Like, I know what I know, but I don't know how to share it. I don't think anybody wants to hear it. These are some of the personal thoughts that went through my mind as I've been developing my business over the years. And doing those shadow work helped me realize, wow, although I know the information is valuable and saved my life, I don't believe people will listen to me. So working on that part.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what? I think they will listen to you because you seem to be able to help people identify, you know, that unique aspect about them. And when you look at that, I mean, how would you help these people when they're looking at that? How would you help them to communicate to others what is unique about their propositions in terms of how they work with their businesses?
The first thing is getting in the mirror. That's the very first thing. This is not easy work. It's inner work. I get so excited when I have a client who actually takes into consideration and uses the tools that I give. Because it's not that they're difficult to do. It's not that they're not easy to do. As Jim Rohn said, they're easy to do, but they're also easy not to do. Right? And so getting in the mirror is not, that was one of the earlier things that I also learned. I can see why people don't do this work. Like, okay, I've lived 30, 40, 50 years. No, I don't want to go all the way back to when I was 16 and somebody hurt my feelings. No, I don't want to discuss that anymore. I don't even have to. I don't see that person. I don't have to talk. Yeah, but the scar is still there emotionally. So as soon as somebody says something and you think that you've been disrespected and you go off because you think that person is the reason, they're not the reason. There's something else there. Because when you have healed and someone says something negative, rude, racist, disrespectful, when you've healed, then you understand that that's that person going through something. You don't internalize it. When something, and it's not a bad thing. These are the things when we are magnetic individuals. When we're drawing experiences into our lives from moment by moment, based on the energy that we're carrying. Everything is energy. All energy has frequency. All frequency vibrates. So whatever you're experiencing is something that you've encountered, you've drawn into your life. Nobody wants to hear that, especially when things are going crazy. It's like, no, I did not. He said, and she said, and they said, and they did, right? So it's not an easy task to get us in the mirror.
I mean, it's hard to do when you got a lot of people telling you to look at certain things. And then, like you said, you look back at it and you start going through all the stress about it. You're like, hey, I need to try to move forward with this. So, you know, and when I look at that, I'm kind of wondering, what is probably some of the best advice you have received as you're going along this journey?
Go within. Go within. That's where God lives. We stay looking outside of ourselves. But we were created by the creator of all things. And that is keeping up, and that energy is keeping your heart beating. And we all say that love is the strongest, most powerful energy. But we're really afraid to be there because it's a vulnerable space. But it's only vulnerable when you haven't healed.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Hut. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
One of the things that people always ask me is, what is art? And I say art is something that someone creates from nothing, and it's their inner feelings in terms of how they feel. And it's something that should not be judged and cannot be judged by anyone other than that person that did the particular piece of work. Any work that's created in that manner, to me, is art. When you ask me about abstract expressionism, I say abstract expressionism is a form of art that merges abstract and expressionist art together. And that's one of the things that I've tried to do in my work in terms of the journey to the actual painting. When you begin to look at my work, one of the things that I want you to recognize and look for is, what do the bold lines do? My favorite colors are black and brown and white. And you'll see in my work that you'll see that black, you'll see that brown, and of course you'll see that white. The white to give the joy of highlighting the piece, and then of course the black to define and give you the boldness and the strength in the piece. When you begin to analyze the colors that I utilize, I always use colors to kind of give you a tone or an emotion about the piece. So the different kinds of colors that you will see in this particular show are going to be colors that are going to be bringing forth an idea. One of the things that we did on this DVD of this show was we're online, and you can go to my website at www.kellyworldwide.com, or you can email me at erickelly45@gmail. But we went online and we had people to tune into the show and ask them what colors would they like for me to use. And of course, the colors that they asked for, we utilized those colors. Those colors were red, orange, green, and white. And we added an additional color of blue and gold. And that's what you're gonna get on this particular piece. We had a survey of people that they wanted me to paint, and everybody came back with the Beyoncés, the Barack Obamas, the stars of the now. And what we chose was Beyonce. So that's the piece that we're doing. We hope that you enjoy the artwork that we have created. And in this DVD, you also will see other pieces that I've created, and hopefully that you will enjoy this show. And if you're looking to have me to come to your gallery or to your museum, I can be contacted at 919-308-9090. And of course, as I always say, love without happiness, there's no peace of mind. My name is Eric Kelly III. I hope you enjoy the show, and I look forward to meeting you, and I hope you enjoy my work. When discussing abstract expressionist work, one of the things that I had to do was do some research. And that research led me to abstract expressionist. Figurative drawing is a part of what I do. I use parody and I use satire when I do my pieces. And so what I did was I joined those four pieces together. A lot of times people ask me, how did I discover abstract expressionist artwork? And I say, I didn't discover it. It's something that's been here all the time. I just have taken it and expanded on it to make it an art form that I utilize for my subject matter through my journey. When I was 4 years old, my grandmother gave me a pencil. We were sitting in church. I think she thought I just was going to scribble, but I began to draw the choir. Later on, as I matured, she said that picture that I drew, the first one that I drew, looked like people in the choir. And so with that thought, I kept drawing. Drew through junior high school, created some nice pieces that won some awards, and continued to draw. But drawing and painting was not my focus. My focus was education and history. History was something that I really enjoyed, and I pressed forward to be a history major. I wanted to be a history major in college, as a matter of fact. But when I got to high school, I was going through high school, and 3 of my teachers saw me one day, and one of those teachers was my art teacher during my senior year, Mrs. Dowd. And Mrs. Dowd said that I need to talk to you. And I didn't know what she was talking about, and she took me into the teacher's lounge. And in those days, going into the teacher's lounge was major. And so while in the teacher's lounge, Miss Corbett joined her, and Miss Cousin, my history teacher, and my English teacher. And they sat me down and they said, well, you're not gonna graduate. Knowing me the kind of guy I was, I wanted to graduate. And they said, well, the only way you're gonna graduate is you're gonna have to draw more, because Ms. Dowd tells us that you come in class, you have a good time with all the students, and then you draw or do the project better than anybody in the class the last day when the project is due. And so she's interested in you doing more art. And so I took the challenge that year, my senior year, in 1975, and I drew every night before I went to bed. I drew Macbeth, I drew the Greeks, the Romans, I drew all of the stories that we studied. And for Mrs. Cousins, who was a Black history teacher, I drew about the transatlantic slave trade. I drew about slavery. I drew about the Reconstruction. I drew about Martin Luther King's and the Malcolm X's and all of the great people, the Carter G. Woodsons, the Benjamin Banneker's. And I kept drawing for those 3 teachers. And at the end of the year, the Durham Lynx came to school and gave me an award. And I was surprised, because I thought that the Durham Lynx was going to give that award to someone else. I had so much work, I had enough work to fill the hallways. And once I looked at my work, I thought about where would I go to school. And because of the Durham Lynx and all of the attention I got letters from a lot of schools. And I researched the schools, and I decided I wanted to go to North Carolina Central University. And the reason to go to North Carolina Central University at that time, they were the #2 school in African American art, which means that most of their teachers had books in the library. You could go and you could read and you could study. And I studied with Mason and Pendergraft and Carlisle, some of the great ones. Had a chance to meet Willie Nash and also see some of the great works of Ernie Barnes. So as I continued to do my work, one of the things that I tried not to do was be a copy of any other artist. And incidentally, I was taken on a field trip at North Carolina Central University after they gave me an art scholarship, of course. And we were at a museum, and I saw a gentleman's work, and his name was Charles White. And for the first time, I saw some work that looked like my work. I was so amazed. And when I saw the work, a bulb clicked in my head to say that no one's art is anybody's personal art. All of it is expression, no matter who's drawing. And from that moment on, I began to draw expressionistic art. And that expressionistic art began to come off of the board of my canvas, because I always wanted the canvas to kind of give you more of a imaginary piece of my art. I didn't want to put everything right into those 4 borders. I wanted to put things so that you would imagine things. And so the abstract piece of my work was to
elongate pieces to make you say, okay, the eye is too big, the head, the forehead is a little too big, the nose is a little big. And those are the kinds of things that I began to do with my work. And once I got out of college, a lot of the galleries were saying that my work was abstract and expressionist. And so with them saying those kinds of things, it became a word of my work is abstract expressionist. And that's what it's been for the past 50 years. The art scene in Durham, North Carolina is a very interesting scene in Durham. You have the Arts Council who takes the time out and have local artists to do pieces there. Then you have several galleries downtown Durham, and those galleries are doing pretty well. Newly, we have 21C Museum, which is a museum that's a 24-hour museum that displays works from international artists and artists around the world. And one of the unique things about the 21C Gallery, 21C Museum, is that they put only artists on who are living artists. So that's one of the key things, and I think that's one of the great things, because a lot of your museums have artists who have passed on or ancestors who have passed on, as opposed to artists who are living now. If you ask me where I would like to have my work, I would like to have my work in several different museums around the country. That's what we're working on as we look at this particular show, as you deal